Our show today, we're going to begin with our percentage Pen of 5 show, and this is your Pen of 5 bulls presented by Foster Brothers Farms, Lockney, Texas. Your first bull in this pen, this is 14M. This is FBFS, Made in America 14M. He is an April 3rd son of STCC Tecumseh. Foster Brothers Farms is owned and operated by David and Darley Foster and Jody and Shauna Foster. Their ranch manager is Jody and Shauna's youngest daughter, Cyan Young, along with Brazos Williams. Foster Brothers Farms established in 1979 with David and Darley Foster, Jody and Shauna Foster on the ranch right there in Lockney. They are a fifth-generation ranching and farming family and raise Simmental and Sim-Angus genetics. The cattle operate the annual Hybrid Advantage Bull Sale. This year will be on April 18th at the Lone Star Stockyards, located 20 miles straight west of Amarillo on I-40 in El Dorado, Texas. Again, this is your Pen of 5 from Foster Brothers Farms, Lockney, Texas.
Placings in Class 122A. In first place, we have entry 524, Danny Akers of Pipestone, Minnesota. In second place, we have entry 526, South Valley Angus, Round Falls, Illinois. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Honey, I'm not, it's going to have to be a while. The second member of this Pen of 5 from Foster Brothers Farms is FBFS Missile Launch 108M. This is a March 21st son of Riverstone, Vegas, 49H. And the third member entering the ring, this is FBFS Muhammad Ali 20M. This is an April 15th son of PVF Blacklist 1003. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the two gentlemen that will be evaluating our Simmental cattle. Our lead judge today is Mr. Jay Hennessy of Des Lacs, North Dakota. Jay and his wife Karen own and operate Hennessy Show Cattle and Hennessy Builders. They reside in western North Dakota, where they raise most of their 6 children. Jay grew up raising and showing Simmental and Limousin cattle. He's an active member of the American Simmental Association and has competed in various state, regional, and national shows, where they have raised and shown numerous champions in both the Simmental and Limousin breed. Jay and Karen work for Yackley Ranches in Oneida, South Dakota, Minrich Land and Cattle in Richmond, Kentucky, and Express Ranches in Yukon, Oklahoma. Jay has shown many carload and pen cattle throughout the 90s and early 2000s, and over the past 8 years, Jay and his family have exhibited cattle for Russ Mountain View Simmentals, showing pen bulls and heifers in conjunction with an online sale in Denver and at the Cattlemen's Congress. Jay is excited to be back in Denver and the opportunity to judge the 2025 Simmental Pen Show. His associate judge this year is Mr. Johnny Johnson from Craig, Nebraska. Johnny, along with his wife Melinda and their 2 children, own and operate Triple J Cattle Company, a diversified livestock operation. And also, Johnny has judged several national shows all across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Jay Hennessy and Johnny Johnson.
Bush Angus is a 6th-generation firm that believes
The fourth member of our Pen of 5 bulls from Foster Brothers Farms is FBS Maverick 034M, an April 24th son of PVF Blacklist 1003. And your final member is an April 20th son of JSSC Cadillac Kind. This is FBFS MAGA 018M. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.85, average scrotal 34.2, and an average ribeye area of 13.72. Again, your Pen of 5 percentage bulls from Foster Brothers Farms, Lockney, Texas. Yeah, go ahead.
Frank Cattle Company is located in Chapel, Nebraska. Frank Cattle and Genetics is a family-owned seed stock and farming operation located in Lodgepole, Nebraska. Cattle operation specializes in Angus and Red Angus genetics. The annual bull and female sale is February 17, 2025 at the ranch near Lodgepole. They can be found on the website at frankcattlegenetics.com. You can find them at bin 507 and 509 at the conclusion of the show.
I don't need to hear that. Holly brings them to me every year and has for 40 fucking years. I'm going to take them from her. Don't start that shit. Our next Pen of 5 and the Pen of 5 percentage Simmental Bull Show is from Western Cattle Source, Crawford, Nebraska. This first bull is a March 17th son of Mr. WC Trifecta 975J. This is WCS Trifecta 433M.
this way. I don't want to have to wrestle you.
The second bull in the ring for Western Cattle Source in Crawford, Nebraska. This is WCS Trifecta 425M, a March 20th son, again, of Mr. WC Trifecta 975J. Western Cattle Source is owned and operated by Jock and Brenda Beeson, Crawford, Nebraska. Their annual production sale, the Foxy Lady sale, is in November in West Point, Nebraska, and this year will be March 20th, 2025. Excuse me. Their production sale is in March 20th, 2025, and West Point, Nebraska. At WCS, they emphasize cattle that perform for the commercial producer. They run cows in large pastures in Ogallala National Grasslands in the Pine Ridge of western Nebraska. Their herd consists of 350 registered cows, 200 commercial cows, and calve in the spring and fall to offer bulls with a little more age advantage for some of their customers. They emphasize sound, fertile, good-uddered females along with cows that cattle that excel in the feedlot. They also have a performance quarter horse program, and standing at stud is Frenchman's Cruise Bronze, winner of the Quarter Horse World Show in Heading. Again, this is your Pen of 5 from Western Cattle Source, Crawford, Nebraska. The third member of the pen from Western Cattle Source. This is the alternate bull, and their alternate bull is WCS Journeyman 444M. He is a March 20th son of OMF Journeyman J24. Again, this is the alternate bull in their pen. Entering the ring now is the fourth entry from Western Cattle Source. This is a March 13th son of R Plus 2141K. This baldy bull is WCS Canada 430M. And the fifth and final member of your Pen of 5 Simmental Bull, percentage Simmental Bulls from Western Cattle Source. This is WCS Journeyman 401M. He's a March 19th son of OMF Journeyman J24. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.11, scrotal of 35, and an average ribeye area of 12.28. Again, this is your Pen of 5 percentage bulls from Western Cattle Source, Crawford, Nebraska.
This Diamond Angus is from Henderson, Nebraska. They started in 1979 with an emphasis on complete balance, carcass, structural soundness, feedlot performance, with females
If anyone has lost a necklace, we have found a necklace that's over here at the Simmental table. If you guys have lost a necklace, a lady's necklace, please come over, describe it, and we'd be happy to return it to you. And our third entry in the percentage pen of 5 Simmental bulls comes to us from Felt Farms, Wakefield, Nebraska. Their first entry, this is Felt War Paint, 987M. He is a March 17th son of TJ War Paint, 759J. Felt Farms is owned and operated by James and Merlin and Dolores Felt. Their ranch manager is Nick Hansen, and they reside at Wakefield, Nebraska. Their brand of excellence sale will be February 27th, and their November sale, Foxy Lady sale, will be in November. They are a family-owned and operated cow-calf operation where we also farm. They put an emphasis on functional, growthy cattle that fit their customers' needs as a priority. Merlin likes to background cattle and go to sale barns to help buy and sell customers' cattle. We hope you can stop by the stalls and talk more to us about our operation and our set of bulls and females that will sell in West Point, Nebraska on February 27th. Again, this is the pen of 5 percentage bulls from Felt Farms, Wakefield, Nebraska. The second member is also a son of TJ Warpaint, 759J. This is TBL Felt War Dance, 9108.
Into the ring this time for the Angus. Pin 3 show in class 122B will be entry number 530. This is 6 Mile Ranch of Fur Mountain, Canada. They can be found in pin 602. Their leadoff bull will be 8 AM. Average weight of this pin is 1323. Smile Ranch is tag number 159M.
The third member of the Felt Farms Pen of 5, this is Felt Warpaint 9M, another son of TJ Warpaint 759J. This calf was born March 18th of 24. And the fourth member, this is Felt Warpaint 06M, a March 20th son, again, of TJ Warpaint 759J.
Hey, I got invited up to go to a commercial heifer sale up in Peeble, Saskatchewan this winter. These guys just come from each one. They said 508 commercial heifers. AI offer 2,200 head of cattle for their eyes. They don't register it. They don't. But they don't do it. They 200 of them to growth fund. I bought a potload of growth fund daughters for a commercial set of guys up in Big Nile at 37 baby delivery farm. You ought to see these things, Levi. That's some bitch. There's, what's that one?
And the fifth and final member of the Felt Farms percentage pen of 5 is Felt Warpaint 56M, another March 20th son of TJ Warpaint 759J. These 5 half-brothers and all sons of TJ Warpaint 759J had an average weight per day of age of 3.76, a scrotal of 35.7, and an average ribeye area of 14.77. Again, this is your pen of percentage 5 Simmental bulls from Felt Farms, Wakefield, Nebraska. Again, this is our third and final group of 5 from Felt Farms, Wakefield, Nebraska. Our judges have now made their observation. We're going to allow our friends at Felt Farms to capture these bulls, and then we will bring all 5 pens out for our final evaluation from our judges. Ladies and gentlemen, as you view this group of pen of 5 bulls, the bulls on your left, that will be the pen from Felt Farms, Wakefield, Nebraska. The pen in the middle will be your pen from Western Cattle Source of Crawford, Nebraska. And your pen on the far right side, on the far right end, that will be your pen of 5 bulls from Foster Brothers Farms, Lockney, Texas.
Well, good Saturday morning to everybody out here in the stands. It's quite an honor for John and I to be here selecting doing your pen show this morning, and it's a privilege to be here. We talked earlier on the way over here this morning, we kind of said we're going to see some good cattle, and this first class sure presents that. I mean, there's dang sure 3 pens here that are very, very good, and kind of makes things for our part a little funner to evaluate these cattle. This first class that came in the ring here, they really hit us hard. I mean, that lead bull, he's something special. That's a really good calf. I mean, he's really sound. He's real complete from the side. He's got a lot of muscle shape in him. Really good calf. You get into the rest of the pen here, you definitely got some uniformity there. I mean, these cattle are level across the top, and you look at them from where I'm standing right now, and there's a lot of uniformity here. There are some differences, I would say, in maybe structure. There's a couple of these that you might want to free them up a little bit when they get into structure, moving around the ring here, but just a very nice set of bulls. We get into our second pen, another very, very uniform pen. We got some bulls here that definitely got some meat, muscle shape to them. What I'd like to see in this pen, there's a couple of these bulls, maybe like to see a little more spring of rib, maybe a little more depth of rib, but a very, very nice set of bulls. We get to this last pen. These bulls hit us pretty good. They just big, stout, breeding type bulls is kind of the way we looked at it. They read real good on paper. You got that big rib shape in them. They got plenty of meat and muscle in them, and actually they got around the ring quite well. Saying that with that, they're going to be our champion today. We're going to use the younger calves down on the end for reserve. And why don't you give these guys all a big round of applause.
Selected as your class winner and champion pen of percentage Simmental bulls comes from Felt Farms, Wakefield, Nebraska. Again, that pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.76, average scrotal 35.7, and an average ribeye area of 14.77. Second in that class, and your reserve grand champion pen of 5 Simmental percentage bulls is from Foster Brothers Farms, Lockney, Texas. That pen had an average WDA of 385, 34.2 on scrotal, and 13.72 on ribeye area. And third in that class, Western Cattle Source, Crawford, Nebraska. Congratulations.
I assume they're going to take pictures.
I would like to know what the heifers look like. They're all by the same size. So we're following them. We go take pictures or not?
I guess so. We'll find out.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a small break here, grab a photograph of our grand and reserve grand champion pen of percentage bulls, and we'll be right back for our pen of 5 purebred Simmental bulls. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting on our Simmental judges to get back, this marks the 20th year of the People's Choice Power Simmental competition. Of course, how you can get involved with this and how you can be able to win a bull or a heifer, you need to buy a ballot. So you can buy your People's Choice judging ballot cards. They accept cash, check, and credit card. Number two, Saturday, today and tomorrow, we will rank the nominated bulls and females. If you own a ballot, you can rank the bulls and females. Then on Sunday, 2 winners will be selected during the one and only sale at 2 o'clock right here in the National Western Stockyards Auction Arena. The winners are selected at random. The first person selected will be able to be named the Powerball Simmental animal of their choice, and be able to take that animal home, and they own full possession of that animal. The Power Simmental breeder then receives $10,000 cash if that animal is selected. And this year, to mark the 20th anniversary, we are also going to be giving a second person a chance to win a brand new semen tank from IC Biomedical. And as you look at the boards on both ends of the arena, the last 20 years of photos from the Powerball competition are up to show you kind of how we've progressed over the last 20 years.
Next bull in the ring for Krebs Ranch will be tag number 31. Krebs Ranch is located in York, Nebraska, owned and operated by Eldon and Louisa Krebs, along with Jake and Candy Scott and the Ty Krebs family. They'll have their 45th annual sale on February 20th this year at the ranch in York, Nebraska. They're located in pen 304B.
You good? Good. Good. I try to keep track of you. Better than we deserve. Take advantage of it. Yes, sir. You know what tomorrow brings. You never know. No. Might keep that back on the hillside in Kentucky before you settle. Yeah, that ain't all bad either. No, it's all good. Yeah. I'm going to get back there one day. Good luck. Have fun. I will. Thanks, Ken. See Johnny great. Oh, yeah. That's a full-time job. Johnny, you want this?
Next bull in the ring for Krebs Ranch will be tag number 45. This is entry 532.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin our purebred division of our Pen of 5 Simmental bulls, and our first entry is entry 7034. This is the entry from Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. And this is a March 11th son of WHF Point Proven H45. This is LLSF Point Proven M741. The second member from our Lee Simmental Farms pen of 5 is a March 1st son, again, of WHF Point Proven H45. This is LLSF Proven Point M809. Lee Simmental Farms is a family-ran operation owned by Jerry and Barb Lee. The farm is located in central Missouri, 10 miles east of Columbia, Missouri. They run about 200 cows and utilize an artificial insemination and embryo transfer programs extensively to stay progressive in their breeding program. Their primary focus is on soundness, functionality, and a balanced set of EPDs along with an eye-appealing phenotype. Lee Simmental currently has 2 online sales a year through show circuit online sales. The female sale is held in November, bull sale in March. Cattle are also sold private treaty off the farm, and visitors are always welcome. Again, this is your pen of 5 purebred Simmental bulls from Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. The third member of this pen, also a son of WHF Point Proven H45. This is a March 5th son named LLSF Magnum M7766. The fourth member of our purebred pen of 5 bulls from Lee Simmental Farms is LLSF McGuire MH722, an April 4th son of WHF Point Proven H45. And your fifth and final member of the Lee Simmental Farms purebred pen of 5 is LLSF Dark Horse ME792. This is a March 20th son of WHF JSCCS Woodford J001. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.62, average scrotal of 37.7, and an average ribeye area of 13.70. Again, this is your pen of 5 purebred Simmental bulls from Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. We are now ready to bring in our second pin in our percentage pin of 5 show. This is entry 6475. 5-Star Ranch from St. Charles, Minnesota. The first member of their pin is 5-Star Moss M21. This is a February 6th son of OMF Journeyman J24. 5-Star Ranch in St. Charles, Minnesota is owned and operated by Jared and Hannah Sinola, along with their daughters June and Willa, and Jared's parents, Scott and Jerry Sinola. They are honored to be guest breeders at the Oak Meadow Farm Sale. This year, the sale in Oak Meadows will be February 8th, 2025 in Cresco, Iowa. 5-Star Ranch is a first-generation family-owned and operated Simmental and Sim-Angus farm. Please stop by their pin 525 to discuss their, actually they're in pin 226, to discuss their operation and annual sale offering. These females and bulls are available also for private treaty. At 5-Star Ranch, they'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of the family and friends that go into making their life and operation go. Again, this is your pin of 5 purebred bulls from 5-Star Ranch, St. Charles, Minnesota. The second member of this pin, this is 5-Star MVP M60. He is a March 22nd son of OMF Journeyman J24.
This is your division. So what, did they use the Krebs bulls?
The third member of this pin is 5-Star Meat M43. He is a March 4th son of OMF Epic E27. The fourth member of this pin, this is 5-Star Mainstay M46. This is a March 6th son of OMF Epic E27. Again, this is your pin of 5 purebred bulls from 5-Star Ranch, St. Charles, Minnesota. And your final member of this pin, this is 5-Star Market Ready M39, a March 4th son of OMF Epic E27. This pin had an average weight per day of age of 3.51, average scrotal of 38.3 centimeters, and an average ribeye area of 13.32. Again, you can see all of these 5-star ranch bulls and pin 226 down here in the yards. We encourage you to go down and visit these guys. This is, again, your pin of 5 purebred bulls from 5-Star Ranch, St. Charles, Minnesota. And our next member, our next pin to be presented in our Simmental Purebred show of pin of 5 is entry 6753 from Shockey Farms Incorporated, Westmoreland, Kansas. Their first bull in the ring, this is a February 5th son of Rockin' P private stock, H010. This is SFI made to order M12.
Your reserve champion in the division will be entry 527, Bush Angus of Britain, South Dakota. Congratulations to all reservers.
The second member of the pin from Shockey Farms Incorporated, this is SFI fully invested M16F. This is a January 18th son of Insurrection. Shockey Farms is owned and operated by Scott and Candy Shockey from Westmoreland, Kansas. Their gold bullion sale this year will be March 2nd. Shockey Farms has been a family-owned and operated Simmental program for more than 45 years. Since day one, their priority has been to produce seed stock cattle that are sound, functional, and display genetic excellence. The Shockeys focus on selecting for structural soundness, fleshing ability, and marketing appeal. They focus on raising bulls that have superior disposition, add growth, performance, and pounds to your calves while still maintaining structural integrity within the pasture. Their pen of 5 bulls are available private treaty here at the National Western Stock Show, and more than 80 head of breeding changing sires will be sold March 2nd at the 23rd annual Gold Bullion Sale at the ranch in Westmoreland, Kansas. To learn more about the Shockey operation, visit www.shockeyfarmsincorporated.com.
Next into the ring, on the Angus side will be class
The third member of the pen from Shockey Farms Incorporated. This is SFI Custom Made M11, a January 30th son of Rockin' P Private Stock H010. And the fourth member, this is SFI Final Approval M4K, a January 18th son of Insurrection.
Griswold cattle, entry 533. Third in the ring will be tag number 3519.
And the fifth and final member of the pen from Shockey Farms Incorporated, this is SFI Tundra M2. He is a January 14th son of SO Remedy 7F. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 4.05, an average scrotal of 38.6, and their ribeye area of 16.40. Again, this is your pen of 5 purebred bulls from Shockey Farms Incorporated, Westmoreland, Kansas. And our final pen in our purebred pen of 5 Simmental bulls comes to you from Kaler Cattle Company, St. Charles, Minnesota. Our first entry here is Kaler RS Power Glide M139. This is a March 10th son of Kaler Elusive 2117K. Kaler Cattle Company is owned and operated by Ralph and Seth Kaler and their family in St. Charles, Minnesota. Their sale date is a new one this year. They are going to host the sale at the farm this year on Thursday, February 6th. Kaler Cattle Company is a multi-generational family farm deeply rooted in tradition and focused on future. Now raising the 6th generation, they are committed to breeding cattle that are functional, practical, and profitable for their customers. Each year, they proudly host their annual bull and female sale right on the farm. This year again, February 6th, showcasing their dedication to quality and innovation. Within a 150 cow operation, Kaler Cattle utilizes extensive AI and embryo transfer technology to advance their genetics. This year's offering includes 48 Simmental and 5 Angus bulls, 2 proven donors, 40 bred heifers, and 20 commercial replacements. Each bull sells with a 4-year feet and semen guarantee, ensuring quality and longevity to their buyers. The bulls you see today will be a part of this year's sale. Stop by pen 221 to view the cattle and grab a catalog. Thank you for supporting Kaler Cattle. where tradition meets innovation to produce cattle that work for you. The second member of this pen, this is Kaler Dynamic M83. This is a February 3rd son of KBHR Revolution HO71. The third member of our pen of 5 bulls, purebred bulls from Kaler Cattle Company. This is Kaler Velocity M26. This is a January 3rd son of KBHR Revolution HO71. The fourth member of our pen of 5 bulls from Kaler Cattle Company is Kaler's R-Bar S Shockwave M17, a January 17th son of KBHR Revolution HO71.
Congratulations, places in Class 123A goes to Griswold Cattle Company of Stillwater, Oklahoma. That's an automatic division, so your champion fall yearling bull division also goes to entry 533 Griswold Cattle of Stillwater, Oklahoma. We will now move into Class 124A, pin of 3 bulls, calf May 1st, 2023 to August 1st, 2023. We have 1 entry at 534, some Circle LA, and this is White River, Montana. Pin 506.
And the fifth and final member from Kaler Cattle Company, this is Kaler Strongflex M3, a January 1st son of KBHR Revolution HO71. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.43, an average scrotal of 36.6 centimeters, and an average ribeye area of 15.07. Again, this is your pen of 5 purebred bulls from Kaler Cattle Company, St. Charles, Minnesota. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, pen of Purebred 5 bulls in our Simmental division. From your left to right, is the pen from Lee Simmental Farms, entry 7034 from Columbia, Missouri. Next to them is entry 6475, 5-Star Ranch, St. Charles, Minnesota. The third pen is entry 6753, Shockey Farms Incorporated, Westmoreland, Kansas. And your pen on your far right is entry 5547 from Kaler Cattle Company, St. Charles, Minnesota. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our exhibitors in our Purebred Champion Simmental Pen of 5.
Well, once again, what a awesome opportunity when Jay called me and said, would I be interested? I don't even know if he got that whole question out before I said yes. I was all in. I mean, this has been a huge part of our life, my family's life, ever since I know when, and so this is so fun to be on this side and get to do it with a good friend that we see cattle alike and discuss them out here, and it's just a great opportunity. And once again, I want to commend these breeders. When we're out here and we're trying to pick a champion in reserve, and we know these exhibitors are, they're taking these cattle home and they're selling them, and these are going to be some of their lead bulls in their bull sale, or whether they sell them privately. What impressive sets. I mean, the cool thing about this, and when we're looking at them and we're trying to look at it from a uniformity standpoint, it's what fits our eye today. The cool thing about it is you know what your buyers want and what you like, and that's what's cool about these different, because there's differences between all of these. This first set that come out, and when you look at their numbers, they just don't strike you as just out of the roof, but they just are good, solid numbers all the way through this set of cattle. And when they come in, that lead bull come in and you catch his eye, just how he just come in and wanted you to like him a lot. And then them bulls come in, and then they bring that last bull in, and he's one of those that just has that pizzazz, that extension of that front end, gives you an incredible profile. Just might have a few differences, but boy, there's some really cool, unique pieces in that set of bulls. The next set of bulls, if you look at these, and if you start looking at their numbers of their yearlings or their the API numbers, these will impress you. And so if that's what one of the things that you want to add into your herd, there's no doubt that you can hook into some of these bulls and be very, very impressed for what they can bring to the table for you. You love the muscle shape they have. Once again, you can see the uniformity, but these are just bulls that look like they'll go out, just be really good ranch bulls, raise those commercial calves. And anytime you can sell commercial calves for over $2,000 a head, taking them to the sale barn, that's a pretty fun day. If you got a couple hundred ahead of them, that would be out of bulls that look like that. This next set of bulls, now if you start looking at the weight per day of age of these, they will blow you away. And with that, they're just an incredible set as far as size of testicle, their length of body. Excuse me. They're a little bit of bigger frame bull. They're January calves, but man, just think about that. If I don't care what set of kind of cows you want to put those on. That's just an impressive set as far as their muscle shape. When they get out on the move, once again, like I said, their testicle size. They not only have a show look to them, but they have also a lot of gainability. Just a high quality set of bulls there. And then the next set of bulls, again, if you start looking at them and you start looking at that API on these, once again, very impressive. There's some cool bulls. When they started bringing these out, Jay and I were talking about them. When they come, you just kind of want to keep walking them back and forth. They got one of the best young showmen right here helping them out. That dude's a cool dude. He knew when he needed to back up, when he needed to bring them to us. When you can start them at that age and then show cattle like that, young man, you're going to be in the business for a long time. So with that, I guess we're going to show you our champion in reserve. You ready for this, Jay? Yep. Our champion will be right here. Congratulations to you guys. Our reserve will be right here. Congratulations to you guys.
In class 124, we have Circle L.
Placing first in Class 2 of our Purebred Pen of 5 Simmental bulls, and your grand champion Pen of 5 goes to the pen from Shockey Farms Limited, Westmoreland, Kansas. Your second place pen and your reserve grand champion Pen of 5 bulls is entry 5547, Kaler Cattle Company, St. Charles, Minnesota. Third in that class was entry 7034, Lee Simmental Farms from Columbia, Missouri. And fourth entry 6475, Five Star Ranch, St. Charles, Minnesota. Congratulations to both Shockey Farms Incorporated and Kaler Cattle Company, St. Charles, Minnesota. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in participating in this year's Power Simmental competition, this is the 20th year of the People's Choice Power Simmental division. Please go to you've got to purchase your judging ballots. They take cash, check, or credit card. And then today and tomorrow, you'll be nominated. You'll be able to rank the bulls that are involved, that have been nominated for the Power Simmentals. And then tomorrow, Sunday, during the one and only sale at 2 o'clock, right here in the auction arena, they will be drawing out your name, and you will be winning your choice of either a bull or a female. And the breeder will receive $10,000, and you will receive full possession of that individual. This year, as an honor to our 20th year, we are going to select a second person, and that person will receive a brand new semen tank sponsored by IC Biomedical. This year's sponsors are Zoetis, Neogen, IC Biomedical, the Colorado Simmental Association, our great friends at Purina, Eberspacher Enterprises, Transova Genetics, and Rock Bottoms. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to begin our percentage pen of 3 Simmental bulls. We have 4 entries in Class 3. Our first entry is entry 5987. This is the entry from Gitling Family Cattle from Winetta, Nebraska. This is R.G. Guns N' Roses, a March 6th son of KBHR Bold Ruler, H152. Gitling Family Cattle is owned by Jeremy, Amy, Reagan, Brady, and Jamie Gitling, again from Winetta, Nebraska. The Gitling family is from Central Nebraska. Jeremy and Amy Gitling are the livestock managers of largest farms and have been there for the last 31 years. They operate a 400-head Sem-Angus cow herd as well as maintain a custom feeding and heifer development program. The genetics from these bulls have been developed using the top AI sires over the past 45 years. They cater to commercial and seed stock cattlemen alike. The Gitlings have raised 3 children, Reagan, Brady, and Jamie, and all 3 actively work alongside their parents at the cattle operation. Largest Farms and Gitling family have held a yearling Sem-Angus bull sale for the last 28 years. This year's bull sale will be held at the ranch February 5th, 2025. Again, this is your pen of 3 percentage bulls from Gitling Family Cattle, Winetta, Nebraska. The second member of this pen of 3 is JRG Mythical M98. He's a March 9th son of OMF Epic E27. And the third and final member of this pen is RG Maverick, M472. This is a February 27th son of OMF Epic E27. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.51, average scrotal 37.8 centimeters, and an average ribeye size of 13.02. Again, this is your pen of 3 percentage Simmental bulls from Gitling Family Cattle, Winetta, Nebraska. Our next pen of cattle, this is entry 5079 from Ulrich's Cattle Company, Norfolk, Nebraska. This first bull is OHL Moonshine 565 4M. This is a February 28th son of SFI Shockwave K27. Ulrich's Cattle Company is owned and operated by Wayne and Barb Ulrichs and are located just east of Norfolk, Nebraska, in the northeast corner of Nebraska. They own and operate their purebred cattle operation consisting of Simmentals, Angus, Maine Anjou, and Chianinas, along with raising a few show steers. Their primary goal is to simply raise high-quality cattle that work for all aspects of the cattle industry. Soundness, performance, disposition, as well as looks are all traits they breed for. They host 2 online sales in the fall with Show Circuit online sales and an annual bull sale, which is held on the farm at the first Monday of February, which will be the Ulrichs and Friends 18th annual bull sale, February 3rd, 2025. They have raised, shown, and fit numerous state and national champions. Good cattle are their passion. Right along with working with good people and the cattle industry, visitors are always welcome, and you can visit the Ulrichs pen in pen 832. The second member of this pen is OHL Made Money 7248M. This is also a Shockwave, SFI Shockwave K27 son, born March 10th. And the third and final member of the Ulrichs Cattle Company Pen of 3 percentage bulls is OHL Mighty Money 46M. This is a February 29th son of GPG Focus 135F. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.62 pounds a day, scrotal of 40.5, and an average ribeye area of 14.52. Again, this is the pen of 3 bulls. He's just bluffing. What are you getting up for? He's a pen of 3 bulls, percentage bulls from Ulrichs Cattle Company, Norfolk, Nebraska. Our next pen of 3 comes to you from Vogler Cattle Company in Ashland, Nebraska. Their first member is VCL Striker 47M. This is a March 8th son of EC Rebel 156F. A second member was VCL Power in Motion 6M. He is a February 1st son of 4B Dynamo. And the final member here in the pen from Vogler Cattle Company is VCL Dynamic 12M. This is also a February 1st son of 4B Dynamo. This pen had an average WDA of 3.46, an average scrotal of 37.7 centimeters, and a average ribeye of 14.66. Again, this is your pen of 3 percentage bulls from Vogler Cattle Company, Ashland, Nebraska. Vogler Cattle is owned and operated by Lauren and Les Vogler. Bulls are available through the Powerline Genetic Sales, and bred heifers are offered at the Legends of the Flint Hills and Hartman Cattle Company Bull Sale in February of each year. Vogler Cattle is a progressive Simmental operation that focuses on producing functional cattle with power and real-world performance. They utilize some of the newest and most popular sires in the industry to generate high-quality replacement females that are marketed annually in their bred heifer sales. Along with the cattle, they own and operate Vogler Semen Center in Ashland and Nebraska Bull Service in McCook, Nebraska, providing custom collection service for over 40 years. They also serve as Bovatech IVF Center, producing high-quality embryos for customers in Nebraska and surrounding states. Be sure to contact them for all of your bull and donor collection needs. We invite you to Pen 329 to come see these bulls and visit with the great friends from Vogler Cattle Company in Ashland, Nebraska. And our final pen in Class 3 of our percentage Simmental bulls is the one from Jungle Stock Farm, Catherine, North Dakota. Their first entry is DJSF Ranchers Red 7M. This is a February 4th son of IR Imperial D948. A second member of the pen of 3 bulls from our percentage Simmentals from Jungle Stock Farm, Catherine, North Dakota, is DJSF Ranchers Red 11M. This is a February 6th son of RFS Kaiser K104. The JSF brand and Jungle Stock Farms is owned and operated by Derek and Brock Jungles and family. They own and operate 400 head cow herd of purebred shorthorns, shorthorn plus, and Simmental cows. And they're all ran in a commercial setting. The Simmental bulls in this pen are a composite of Simmental, Shorthorn, and Red Angus, and they're all Ranchers Reds. All of these bulls will be offered for sale, and their half-brothers sell at the ranch next Saturday, January 25th, at the in Catherine, North Dakota, for the Durham in the Dakotas sale. Again, will be at 6 p.m. at the ranch next Saturday, January 25th. The third and final member of this pen of bulls is DJSF Ranchers Red 68M. This is a February 28 son of RFS Kaiser K104. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.47. Average scrotal was 37.2 centimeters, and their average ribeye was 14.41 inches. Again, this is your pen of 3 percentage Simmental bulls from our friends Jungle Stock Farm in Catherine, North Dakota.
Why, they think it's too loud? I'm sure.
Again, this is our final pen of 3 percentage bulls in Class 3. We'll allow our friends here from Jungle's Stock Farm to capture these bulls, and then we will bring all of our entries in for our judges to evaluate. Again, this is your champion. This is the Class 3 of our pen of 3 percentage bulls. As our pins come into the ring here again, from your left to right, the pin down here closest to the announcer stand, this is your pin 5987 from the Gitling Family Cattle, Waneta, Nebraska. Next to them is entry 5079 from Ulrich's Cattle Company, Norfolk, Nebraska. Then it's 6885, your pen of 3 percentage bulls from Vogler Cattle Company, Ashland, Nebraska. And your final pin on the far end, your 3 red bulls, is pin 55, entry 5597, again, Jungle Stock Farm, Catherine, North Dakota. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our exhibitors in Class 3 percentage 3 pin the bulls.
Well, I believe there's no better way to start this percentage pen of 3 bull show with what we got out here. There's some differences out here, but there's also some really good bulls out here, and there's type of bulls for any type of the world or any type of this Midwest or wherever they're going. Just a real nice set all the way through. The first set of bulls that we came in the ring, we got a chance to look at. Just a real flexible set of bulls. They came in, moved around the ring quite well. They got some muscle in this lead-off bull and the tail bull. If anything, I'd like to maybe change that middle bull, maybe thicken him up a little bit. He just got a little flatter made, but there's 3 really good bulls here. They're real uniform, and we like that about them. Moving into the second class, or the second pen of bulls here, these bulls are flashy. I mean, they came in the ring, presented themselves, they got some meat in them. They're probably the soundest set of bulls that we've seen yet today. When you look on paper, I'm not going to say their numbers are huge, but I tell you what, you got to take a look at these bulls and you got to give one way or the other. I think phenotypically, looking at these, this is a nice set. I mean, I'll leave it with that, but a very good set. They're correct, they're sound, big-bellied, big-topped. I mean, I don't know what else you need. You get to the third pen here, another real nice set of bulls. Johnny and I like them quite well. A lot of muscle in them. Another set of bulls that are real flexible when they come into this ring. Maybe the middle bull may have a little more middle in them, but hey, they're here all week, and that bull may not have ate this morning or whatever, but this is a very nice set of bulls, and they got big ribeye area on carcass data, and we do like that. So when we get to this fourth pen of bulls, the red bulls here, you got to appreciate a good set of red bulls. Very uniform in their makeup. We like that. They, you get behind them. They got some meat and muscle in them. Are they correct structurally? Yeah, there might be 1 or 2 maybe in that front end that you'd change, but when you get in here, very, very good set, and I think them will do a good job for anybody out there. Just a real nice set of red bulls, and I encourage everybody after the pen deal, or if you get a chance, maybe to go out back and visit these people, because no better time or place to go and talk to these people right here in the yard. So with that, we'll go ahead, and this is, I guess, just our class, but we're going to go ahead and use the stout-made Bulls of Ulrichs here to win the class. And then we're going to follow up with the Bulls of Vogelers here. You bet. Thanks, Wayne. And then I think uniformity kind of beats towards the end here. We're going to go with uniformity. So we're going to go with the red bulls for our third, and we're going to use the bulls out of that first hole for fourth. Thank you. Give these guys a round of applause.
You bet. Let them hear it. Placing first in Class 3 of your percentage pen of 3 bulls goes to entry 5079, Ulrichs Cattle Company, Norfolk, Nebraska. Your second place pin in that class is entry 6885 from Vogler Cattle Company, Ashland, Nebraska. Third goes to entry 5598, Jungle Stock Farm, Catherine, North Dakota. And fourth, entry 5987, the Gitling Family Cattle, Wanetta, Nebraska. We have 1 entry in Class 4. 1 entry in Class 4. We'll bring our entry 6136 from Foster Brothers Farms, and they will be your class winner and then compete for our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion percentage pen of 3 bulls. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is our single entry in Class 4 of our percentage pen of 3 bulls from Foster Brothers Farms, Lockney, Texas. This is entry 6136. First bull in this ring is FBFS Ledson 536L. This is a November 14th son of Stag Good Times 201 ET. Foster Brothers Farms, located in Lockney, Texas, is owned and operated by David and Darley Foster and Jody and Shonda Foster. The manager of the ranch is Cyan Young, the youngest daughter of Jody and Shonda, along with Brazos Williams. Their annual bull sale is the annual Hybrid Advantage Bull Sale. This year it'll be on April 18th, 2025, at the new Lone Star Stockyards located in Waldorado, Texas, at 1 o'clock. The new Stockyards is located just 20 miles west of Amarillo, Texas on I-40. Foster Brothers Farms, established in 1979, is a fifth-generation ranching and farming family and raised Simmental and Sem-Angus seed stock. The cattle operation is managed by Cyan Young, along with Brazos Williams. Again, their annual bull sale, again, will this year be April 18th in Waldorado, Texas. The second member of the pen from Foster Brothers Farms, this is FBFS Lawless 508L. He is a September 5th son of LLW Card Merit 03H. And the third and final member of this pen from Foster Brothers Farms is FBFS Leroy Brown 501L. This is a August 13th son of JSSC Cadillac Kind 86G. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.61 with an actual average scrotal of 42.3 centimeters and an actual pen average ribeye of 18.32 square inches. Again, this is your pen of 3 percentage bulls from Foster Brothers Farms, Lockney, Texas. Again, this is your pen of 3 fall bulls coming to you from Foster Brothers Farms, Lockney, Texas.
very impressive set of fall bulls here. And yeah, when that first rascal come in the ring, and he wanted to be glued on something down there on that end, but boy, that's a stud horse. When he come in here and actually wanted to get out and go for us, you just start admiring that bull from his depth of rib, his squareness of hip, structural correctness and stuff. Part of his problem is he knows how good he is, and he kind of wanted to show off just a little bit. So he wasn't, did it in a little different manner. That bull that's in the middle of him, he's the one that maybe is just a little different, and part of that's his hair coat, so it doesn't maybe have quite that pizzazz factor. But boy, he's got the length of side, he's got the squareness of hip. You got to like that about him. And then the bull that stands beside him, boy, he's a big ribbed, soggy rascal. He looks like he could cover anywhere you want him, whether he's in the plains of Texas or he's in Minot, North Dakota, wherever you want to put him. I think that'd be a pretty happy rancher when you get calves out of a bull that looks like that. Just a very impressive set. If you watch those bulls get out on the move, they're so structurally correct. They just flow around the ring. You have to admire that about them. And then if you start wanting to read on them EPDs and you start looking at the weaning weight and yearling weight, you sure have to be impressed with that. Let's give them a round of applause. That's an impressive set of 3 bulls.
Again, this is your pen of 3 fall bulls from Foster Brothers Farms, Lockney, Texas. We'll now bring in our class-winning bulls from Class 3. Again, this is entry 5079, Ulrich's Cattle Company, Norfolk, Nebraska. They're not getting it.
That's right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our grand champion, percentage pen of 3 and reserve. After this, we will break for photographs. Then we'll come back. We will show our purebred pen of 3s. Then we'll show our phenotype, genotype pen of 3s. And then we will bring all of our power bulls into the ring. So if you've got a program, all the bulls that are highlighted in gray, those are all of our power bull nominations.
Well, I sure think we got a pretty good lineup right here. There are some differences, but I sure think these 3 sets with our reserve in the class down here are 3 tremendous set of bulls. You know, Johnny talked about these fall bulls, and they are what they are. I talked about the younger calves on the end. You know, Johnny and I talked a little bit. Such a close placing. And I think the deciding factor that we're going to go with is using the paper and using the fall bulls for for the champion, and following in behind with the bulls on the end. Very good set of bulls. Thanks for coming.
Selected as your grand champion, pen of 3 percentage bulls, goes to the pen from the Foster Brothers Farms in Lockney, Texas. Entry 6136. Congratulations to the Foster family. And your reserve grand champion, pen of 3 percentage bulls, is entry 5079 from Ulrich's Cattle Company, Norfolk, Nebraska. Congratulations to both the Foster family and to the Ulrich family. We're now going to break and take photographs of our percentage pen of 3, and we'll be right back for our purebred pen of 3 bulls. As we begin our Purebred Pen of 3 division, this is Class 5. We're going to split this class into two different subclasses of A and B. There'll be 3 pens in this first subclass A. Your first pen comes to you from Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. The first bull was a March 5th son of Rock and P private stock. His name is LLSF Stock Trader M62. This big stout Baldy bull, again, another son of private stock, Rock and P private stock. He is a March 3rd son of private stock. His name is LLSF Maximus M480. And the final member of this pen is LLSF Major League M902, a February 20th son of WHF JS CCS Double Up G365. This pen has an average weight per day of age of 3.45, an average scrotal of 36 centimeters, and an average ribeye area of 14.22. Again, this is your pen of 3 purebred bulls from Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. Again, Lee Simmental Farms, a family-ran operation owned by Jerry and Barb Lee. The farm is located in central Missouri, 10 miles east of Columbia, Missouri. They run around 200 cows and have an extensive AI and embryo transfer program to stay progressive in their breeding program. Their primary focus is on soundness, functionality, and a balanced set of EPD traits along with an eye-appealing phenotype. They have 2 online sales a year on Show Circuit Online Sales. The female sale is held in November and the bull sale in March. Cattle are sold private treaty right off the farm, and visitors are always welcome. They're not going to be done until I'm commentate this main sale at 3:30. So I need to try to find somebody to finish for me because I'm not going to be able to finish. Who was? Oh, okay. Well, that'd be fine. Okay. Yeah, because we got to go in for that sale. Because it's what, 2:30 and 2:15 now? It's 2:15 now. This is the sale cattle. Okay. We parade them in here.
What is that dog? Look at him.
Yeah, no, he's a little mountain dog, Bernese mountain dog. Little baldy.
He wants to be boss.
Yep. So they go down to the yards and they take all their stall pins off, their signs, and put them up here on the.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
Right now.
It's a great idea. Yep. Kathy. How are you? I'm good. How are you, dear? Ben. How things in Salem, America?
Well, living the dream.
That's good. Where's your husband?
He's out back.
Oh, is he out there? Okay.
Shopping.
All right.
Our second pin here, it comes to you from entry 8274, Kearns Cattle Company, Rushville, Nebraska. Their first entry is KCC1, 3BCC Woodford 4016M. This is a March 5th son of WHFJS CCS Woodford. That second bull is a February 18th son of KCC1 Folsom 512F. He is KCC1 3BCC Folsom 4021M. And this, their final member of this pen is KCC1 3BCC Woodford 4017M. Again, a March 2nd son of WHFJS CCS Woodford. This pen from Kearns Cattle Company had an average weight per day of age of 3.42, an average scrotal of 37.3 centimeters, and an average ribeye area of 13.84. Kearns Cattle Company is owned and operated by Zach and Tom Kearns, Rushville, Nebraska. Their annual sale is held March 6th on the ranch this year. Kearns Cattle Company is located in northwest Nebraska in the heart of the Sandhills. They run around 400 registered Simmental and Angus cows. Their 36th annual sale will be at the ranch March 6th, where they will sell 100 Simmental and Sem-Angus cattle. We have a heavy AI and ET influence that work to provide the best cattle for our customers. We sell females in the fall at the Black Label sale in Texas. Please go to our website at kearnscattle.com for updates on our upcoming sales. Again, this is your pen of 3 purebred Simmental bulls from Kearns Cattle Company, Rushville, Nebraska. Ladies and gentlemen, also if you're interested in the Power of the Pins Main on Shoe sale, the cattle are making their way into the sale ring here, the show ring here. So for those of you that are interested, we have catalogs down here on the table. Please feel free to grab a catalog and make your way into the sale ring, the show ring here, and inspect these cattle. Again, the sale will be at 3:30 right here in the sale pavilion. Please feel free to make your way again down here to the sale ring and our show ring and inspect all of the cattle on display. If you have any questions, all the breeders are right there by the cattle. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Again, this pen of bulls presented to you by third pen that comes in the ring. This comes to you from Bowling Cattle Company in Greencastle, Indiana. This first bull is a February 11th son of STCC Tecumseh 058J. This is BOWJ Mandan 153M. Second entry, this is BOWJ Mandate 166M. This is a February 14th son of 4B Dynamo. This pen of bulls is owned and shown by Bowling Cattle Company, Jim Bowling, Greencastle, Indiana, along with Hartman Cattle Company, Mike and Kay Hartman, Dalton, and Jill Hartman. The Hartman Cattle Company Simmental Bull Sale, which the Bowling Cattle will also be representative is their 11th annual sale and will be held February 2nd at the farm in Tecumseh, Nebraska. Since 2013, Bowling Cattle Company has collaborated with Hartman Cattle Company to bring customers high-caliber Simmental genetics, females, and bulls that continue to propel the breed forward in the show ring and in production. All members of this bull pen will sell Sunday, February 2nd at the 11th Annual Hartman Cattle Company Simmental Bull Sale in Tecumseh. The entire bull offering averages 17.47 inches of ribeye with an average fat thickness of 0.29. The entire sale bulls also average 3.73 IMF. The bred heifers selling will begin calving March 1st and are all AI bred. Bowling Cattle Company will also be selling lots 17 and 34 tomorrow in the one and only sale. Again, this pen from Bowling Cattle Company and Hartman Cattle Company. The third member is BOWJ Manifest 985M. This is a February 23rd son of 4B Dynamo. This pen had an average weight per day of age of 3.97 with an average scrotal of 36.7 and an average ribeye area of 14.80. Again, this is your pen of 3 bulls from Bowling Cattle Company and Hartman Cattle Company, Jim Bowling and the Hartman family from Tecumseh, Nebraska.
That was a close one. Surely you need something from me up here, don't you? Yeah, I need.
Right. This is the pen from Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. The pen in the middle is from Carnes Cattle Company, Rushville, Nebraska. And the pen on the far right is entry 5899 from Bowling Cattle Company, Greencastle, Indiana. Our judges will place this subclass, and then we'll bring in our next 3 classes, and then select our grand and reserve grand champion, Purebred pen of bulls.
Well, as Jay and I got our heads together, and I mean, these are three very, very impressive sets. And you know, the cool thing is about it, they all bring quite a bit different to the table. Maybe what they are for length of body, what they are for frame size. That's the cool thing about this. There's nothing. It's all about complementing these cattle that are out here. These are all good cattle. These producers have put their heart and soul into getting to this point. When this set of bulls come in, I mean, that first bull come in the ring and he's got that extension of front, got that big old long body on him. He's one that you're just drawn to. That one that's got a cool look to him. They knew that. They posed him there for a while before they took that halter off. That bull just shows himself off. You have to like a lot about him. The next bull isn't quite as attractive up through that front end, but he still has that same muscle shape. Very impressive there. That calf that come in that third spot, he was one of them again. That when you get off to the side, he's awful cool fronted and still has enough rib shape to balance him. Big old top and hip. Boy, those are three really uniform cattle that are really fresh today. They have done a superb job of getting them to this point. You look at them on paper and you're still very impressed. Here's another set of cattle that from a uniformity standpoint, they do that as much as anything out here. Cattle that are made same type of length of body. They have so much depth of rib. I love the muscle shape in them. They're just what I would call soft-made cattle that look like they're easy doing. It looks like you give them some good grass and they're going to look that condition or better as the summer goes along. Just a very, very impressive set. And anytime, I believe they said this is the 38th year coming up of your sale production. 36. I mean, when you obviously, you know they're doing it right when you do it that many years. So that's just an impressive set of bulls without a doubt. Then we come into this set of bulls and you start looking at these bulls that maybe have just a little bit more frame size, a little more length of body, another great attribute to bring to the table. So it's kind of interesting. That first bull that come in the ring, if you're comparing him to the others, he didn't have that hair to just wow you, but you just start analyzing his hip shape, length of body, really impressive calf. They brought the second one in, you liked him. They kind of snuck that third one in, and then you were like, wow, that is one stud horse that you brought in to kind of get this class put together, this group put together. Three really cool cattle that just really draw you to them, that each one has a little different to bring to the table. Jay and I got our heads together, very, very close placing on all of these. We're going to use this as our first place class. We're going to go down there for second, and here will be our third. Give these exhibitors a round of applause. Tremendous set of bulls out here in this class.
Selected as your class winner in Class 5A is entry 5899 from Bowling Cattle Company, Greencastle, Indiana. Second in that class is entry 7033, Lee Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. And third went to entry 8274, Carnes Cattle Company, Rushville, Nebraska. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for Class 5B. We have three entries in this class. Our first entry is 5928. Your pen of 3 purebred bulls from Oak Meadow Farms, Harmony, Minnesota. The first bull in this pen is OMF Marshall MO10. This is a January 28th son of OMF Journeyman J24. Oak Meadow Farms is owned and operated by the Egan family, which includes Dr. Lynn, Barb, Matt, Jessica, and their sons, Hunter and Garrett. Oak Meadow is located in Harmony, Minnesota, on the southern Minnesota-Iowa border. The herd consists of 150 spring calving females. They utilize extensive artificial insemination and embryo transfer practices to propagate their great Simmental genetics that bridge the gap between appealing physical traits and outstanding numeric values. Their 7th annual Oak Meadows Farms production sale will be February 8th in Cresco, Iowa, along with their friends 5 Star Ranch and Diamond K cattle. 90 lots consisting of herd sire prospects, bred females, and pairs will be selling again February 8th for the 7th annual Oak Meadows Farms sale. The second member of this pen is OMF Merck M33. He's a January 25th son of OMF Journeyman J24. Again, the male juvenile power in the pen sale will be again here at 3:30 in the sale arena. For those of you that are interested in this great set of genetics, please feel free to come down to the show ring, grab the catalog, and ask these exhibitors or these designers any questions you may have. Again, the power of the pen full sale will be, and female sale will be at 3:30 in the sale arena. And the third and final member of the purebred pen of 3 bulls from Oak Meadow Farms is OMF Machiavelli M24. He is a January 21st son of ES Right Time FA 110. This pen of 3 bulls had an average WDA of 3.55. The scrotal was 37.5, and the ribeye area was 14.34. I guess this is your pen of 3 purebred bulls from Oak Meadow Farms, Harmony, Minnesota. Our second pen for Class 5B comes to us from Frecking Cattle Company, Alpha, Minnesota. This is entry 5897. The first entry in this class, this is FRKG Montreal 308M. This is a January 27th son of STCC Tecumseh, 058J. Frecking Cattle Company, along with Hartman Cattle Company, Brad and Meg Frecking, Mike and Kay, and Dalton and Jill Hartman are presenting this pen of bulls. The ranch is located in Alpha, Minnesota and Tecumseh, Nebraska, and these bulls will be featured in the 11th annual Hartman Cattle Company Simmental Bull Sale, February 2nd at the farm in Tecumseh, Nebraska. 7 years ago, Brad and Meg Frecking made the initial investment in the Simmental breed with the goal to create the opportunity for commercial cattlemen to maximize their bottom dollar by utilizing the power of Simmental genetics. Frecking Cattle Company has partnered with Hartman Cattle Company of Tecumseh, Nebraska to produce high-quality females bulls to achieve that goal. Their elite bull battery includes Currency, Rebel, Remedy, Tecumseh, Alpha, and Next Phase. The bulls of this pen will sell Sunday, February 2nd, again at the 11th annual Hartman Cattle Company Simmental Bull Sale at the farm in Tecumseh, Nebraska. For more information about the sale, contact Mike or Dalton Hartman. The second bull in this pen, this is FRKG Madrid 10M. This is a January 21st son of STCC Tecumseh 058J.
Got to go water what arena? The cell arena. Can't get it wet enough.
Probably molding underneath because I have some water on.
Yeah, but you're leaving Monday.
Out of sight, out of mind. See that flight takes off. What national?
National Western what?
And the third and final member from the Frecking Cattle Company of Alpha, Minnesota. This is FRKG Melbourne 189M. This is a January 22nd son of STCC Tecumseh 058J. Again, this pen of bulls presented to you from Frecking Cattle Company are all half-brothers, all sons of STCC Tecumseh. They have an average WDA of 3.80 with an average scrotal circumference of 37.5 centimeters and an average ribeye area of 16.61 inches. Again, this is the pen of three purebred bulls, all half-brothers, presented to you from Frecking Cattle Company, Alpha, Minnesota. And our third and final pen in Class 5B comes to us from New Trend Cattle Company, Boley, Oklahoma. This is entry 6971. First member of this pen, this is New Trend All Right 1M. This is a January 1st son of WLE copacetic EO2. New Trend Cattle Company is owned and operated by Tim, Derry, and J.C. Massey from Boley, Oklahoma. Although a small herd of just 25 head of Simmental, Sem-Angus, and Herefords, all of their cattle are sold private treaty. New Trend Cattle Company is owned and operated and focuses on raising elite purebred Simmental, Sem-Angus, and Hereford cattle. They show at local, regional, and national levels and produce bulls, females, and genetic opportunities all of the time right off of the farm. New Trend Cattle is excited to exhibit at the National Western Stock Show and invites you to come down to their pen. All of these bulls are available private treaty at the New Trend pen. The second member of their pen is New Trend Rock Solid 6M. He is a January 6th son of LKCC Bold Venture 194F. And the third and final member of the New Trend Cattle Company is New Trend Status 2M. This is a January 1st son of WLE copacetic EO2. Again, all these bulls can be found in pen 331 down in the Simmental alleys. I encourage you to go visit with this great family and talk about all of these bulls, all available for private treaty. The average WDA on this pen of bulls is 3.62, had an average scrotal of 41.3, and an average ribeye size of 15.57. Again, this is your pen of 3 purebred bulls from New Trend Cattle Company, Boley, Oklahoma. And that last bull in that pen is also nominated for the Power Bowl. Again, following this class, we will be selecting our class placings in Class 5B, followed by the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Purebred pen of 3. Then we will select our Grand and Reserve Grand Phenotype and Genotype pen of 3, and then we will bring all of the Power Bulls into the ring for your evaluation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, from your left to right as you're viewing these bulls, the bulls on your far left is the entry 5928 from Oak Meadow Farms, Harmony, Minnesota. The pen of bulls in the middle is presented to you from Frecking Cattle Company, Alpha, Minnesota, and Hartman Cattle Company, Tecumseh, Nebraska. And the bulls on the far right is entry 6971, New Trend Cattle Company, Boley, Oklahoma. While our judges are making their final evaluations on this class, I would sure like to thank all of our great staff of the ASA that's been here to help us throughout the week. Of course, we couldn't do it without my good friend Chance Udikowski, of course, Maya Byers from standing right behind me here. Just a great two people to run the activities of this association. Of course, Luke Bowman, Lane Geis is going to fill in for me when I have to step away here pretty soon to help with the Main on Juice sale. But I want to thank Lane for his help. Emma Stump and Chip Kemp are all here from the ASA. Of course, we want to also recognize your current ASA Executive Vice President, Dr. Wayne Schaefer, who will be retiring this June, and of course, our incoming Executive Vice President, Dr. John DeClerc. I am so excited to the future of your association. I've had the opportunity to know John for 25 years, and you guys couldn't have selected a better man and person to lead our association into the next decade. Of course, all of the AJSA trustees helping in the ring, Anna Wabel from Illinois, and of course, Emerson Tarr from Illinois have been here helping. We want to thank our great AJSA trustees for all the help too. And of course, we couldn't do this without our Colorado Simmental Association. Of course, Paul Hill, your CSA president, my good friend Willie Altenberg right here to my left, Susan Russell, your secretary, and of course, board members Joe Lynn Midcap and Jane Beatty, along with Chad Cook and Roger Shager. So guys, let's put our hands together. It takes a small village to run this thing. This is a big undertaking. Let's put our hands together and thank all of these people for all the work that they do to make this great National Western what it is. Huh? Just pull it out of my ass. What do you think, brother? About wore that same thing today. That same color. I like the outside. Well, I didn't wear it so. It is just going to have to be the way. Yeah. Y'all sitting over by that door anyway. It's going to be open all night. Yeah. So I might even have to go over the top of this. Yeah. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity for those of you that maybe have joined us late and have watched these two characters in black hats judging these bulls. Hey, you couldn't have found two greater cattlemen to evaluate your Simmental cattle. I've had the opportunity of knowing these two guys most of my life. But your lead judge, Mr. Jay Hennessy from Des Lacs, North Dakota, of course, Jay and his wife, Karen, own and operate Hennessy Show Cattle and Hennessy Builders. They reside in western North Dakota now and have raised their children showing and raising Simmental and Limousin cattle. Of course, he was an active member in the American Simmental Association. Jay and his family have competed in various state, regional, and national shows where they have raised and shown numerous national champions in both Simmental and Limousin breed. Of course, Jay and Karen have worked extensively in their younger years, living in Oneida, South Dakota, and working for the legendary Yackley Ranches. That's where I had a chance to meet Jay the very first time, and then he went on to Mine Rich Land and Cattle in Richmond, Kentucky, before moving to God's Country and Yukon, Oklahoma, and Express Ranches. Jay has shown many carload and pen cattle throughout the 90s and 2000s, and over the past 8 years, Jay and his family have exhibited cattle for Russ Mountain Simmentals, showing pen bulls and heifers in conjunction with their online sale in Denver and the Cattlemen's Congress. His associate is no stranger to the cattle industry. He was judged in numerous shows nationally, but Mr. Johnny Johnson is from a little town of Ewing, Nebraska. Him and his family own and operate Triple J Cattle Company, multi-breed cattle organization. So, guys, let's put our hands together. Two great cattlemen, and I've loved their commentary and their explanation of our animals.
Thank you, Kent. I was just telling Johnny, I said, why don't you go ahead and talk this one? I said, this is probably one of the toughest classes we've had. I mean, there's a lot of good bulls right here. And there's some individuals in each one of these pens that really stick out. We got some numbers on paper that really stick out, so there's some differences all the way through. The first pen here that came into us, just a very uniform pen. I mean, very striking when they come in. They probably don't have the hair coat that these other two pens have got, but when you look at paper, you know, the numbers just kind of blow you away. I mean, the big API number, the numbers look real good. It's a very nice solid set of bulls. Testicle size is very adequate. Just a good pen of bulls right there. Moving into this second set here, just a lot of intriguing things right here. A couple bulls in here that we think are quite good. I mean, just the freshness in these cattle, the nut size, just really good set. When you get to this third bull, he struck us pretty hard. That's a really good calf, and I think that was a good one to finish up that pen with, and just another real nice set. The last pen of bulls here, they're a little different. They're definitely soggy, deep-ribbed. I mean, very good on their feet and legs. They're a little different than what we've been seeing in the purebred end of it. But that again, three really nice bulls. I think three bulls that'll go out and do a ton of people a world of good. Just actually all the way through, just three really good pens. Give these guys a big round of applause because this is a great set right here. And we'll go out and I'll have Johnny go out and pick our class winner here.
Then Oak Meadow. First in Class 5B goes to entry 5897. Your pen of bulls from Frecking Cattle Company and Hartman Cattle Company, Alpha, Minnesota, and Tecumseh, Nebraska. Congratulations. Second in that class to entry 5928, Oak Meadow Farms, Harmony, Minnesota. And third goes to entry 6971, New Trend Cattle Company, Boley, Oklahoma. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion pen of three bulls. If you would, please bring in our Class 5A winner, which is the class from Bowling Cattle Company, Greencastle, Indiana. Again, this is entry 5899, Bowling Cattle Company, Greencastle, Indiana. And the second place bulls in that class was entry 7033 from Lee's Simmental Farms, Columbia, Missouri. This up here and I'll grab it when I come back. All right, my friend, it's yours, okay? And you can just
this however you want to. I just, this is the way I like it. Then that way you don't have to touch the damn thing. I just always turn it.
Once again, I would just like to thank the National Western, the Simmental Association, for giving Jay and myself the opportunity to get to do this. There's been a lot of years that I've been out here and have been out there in that snow, and that was always fun. But this is a whole different side of it. This is when. This isn't that you're a big boy. You just don't have to work as hard. You just use your brain a little more out here. And Jay and I have had a great fun time of evaluating each cattle and trying to implement the numbers when we thought it was necessary. The cool thing about it is if you are ranchers or producers, purebred breeders, whatever you are, the cattle here are what you need to go back and talk to these producers about. Doesn't have anything to do with Jay's and our decision of what you think will work in your program. We were chosen today to make this decision. Remember that. It is our decision of what we liked, what we thought would work in our operation, or maybe, you know, in our what we get to influence today, but it has nothing to do with what might work in your program. So the cool thing is go out. These producers are willing to talk to you and tell you what they can do for your program, and that's the cool thing about this. When these cattle are this highly presented and brought to you like this, with the experience and everything that these exhibitors have, that's what it's all about. They're here to showcase what they have. Go talk to these producers, get together with your programs, and figure out what works for you. Once again, a huge thank you for letting me and Jay giving us this opportunity. It's a cool deal to really get this situation. I think Jay and I are pretty on square where we're going here. I'm not going to go through and analyze these cattle. All I'm going to tell you is they're really good. You figure out which one works in your operation. Give these exhibitors a round of applause, and we will show your champion in reserve.
I'll just make it short and quick. Thanks again to the National Western and the Colorado Simmental Association for letting us be out here. Again, you need to commend these breeders. If you get a chance to go out back, visit with them, check out these bulls. There's no better way to get acquainted with these breeders is right back there in their stalls. So if you do get a chance, go ahead and do so. With that, thanks again. We'll go ahead and go out and pick our champion reserve.
And your grand champion, purebred pen of 3 bulls, is entry 5897 of Frecking Cattle Company of Alpha, Minnesota. And your reserve grand champion, purebred pen of 3 bulls, is entry 5928, Oak Meadow Farms of Harmony, Minnesota. This is the first year. Remind you not to leave. And we'd ask the audience to stick around because we've got a new show this year at the yards, a Phenotype and Genotype show, which includes 3 bulls that are evaluated on both their EPD and their genomic ability, as well as their structural appraisal. So we'd ask you to stick around for the Phenotype and Genotype show. Starting here relatively quickly, we're going to get the judges, new set of judges here in the ring relatively shortly. thought I. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the start of the Phenotype and Genotype show with these purebred pens of 3 bulls that are evaluated on their numbers as well as their phenotype. And so, first entry into this class is entry 9742 of 5 Star Ranch of St. Charles, Minnesota. First bull through this arena is 5 Star Moss M21. Who was a February 6th son of OMF journeyman J24. I'll take this time to introduce our judges for the day. Our lead judge is Steve Iocker of Salem, South Dakota. Steve and Kathy Iocker and their family operate Iocker Simmentals. Our associate judge for the day is Tim Curran of Ione, California. Tim and Jill operate Circle Ranch. Second bull in this pen is 5 Star MVP M60, who is a March 22nd son of OMF journeyman J24. Third bull in this entry is 5 Star Market Ready M39, who is a March 4th son of OMF Epic E27. Ladies and gentlemen, coming into the ring on the Simmental side is the second entry, 59-29, Oak Meadows Farms of Harmony, Minnesota. First bull is OMF Marshall M010, a January 28th son of OMF Journeyman J24. I've been asked to remind that we'll be judging the Power Simmental bulls following the conclusion of the Phenotype and Genotype show. Second bull coming in from entry 59-29 is OMF Merck M33, a January 25th son of OMF Journeyman J24. Those that may be curious about the structure of the Phenotype and Genotype show, the general premise is to connect the genetic merit component of C-stock production, which includes balanced CPD profile and pushing the boundaries of genetic improvement, an index of superiority with vital structural appraisal, as we're doing here in the ring today. Both are integral components of the commercial beef industry, and thus the reason for the creation of the show. Emphasis is placed pretty equally, where 50% of the placing is on their numerical merit and 50% is on their phenotype and visual appraisal. Last night, the judges ranked each pen based on their numerical merit and will count, again, towards 50% of the placing in this show. The third bull from entry 59-29 is OMF Machiavelli M24, a January 21st son of ES Right Time FA 110-4. All bulls entered into the Phenotype and Genotype show must have a GGP 100K genomic test for genomically enhanced EPD. And coming into the arena is our third and final entry in the Purebred Pen of Three Bulls in the Phenotype and Genotype Show, entered by Kaler Cattle Company from St. Charles, Minnesota. The first bull is Kaler Dynamic M83. It was a February 3rd son of KBHR Revolution H071. And this is a Power Bull entry. Second bull in entry, 9739, is Kaler R/S Shockwave M17, a January 1st son of KBHR Revolution H071. For those that are just joining us, this is the Phenotype and Genotype Show in the Purebred Pen of Simmental Bulls, with lead judge Steve Iacker of Salem, South Dakota, and associate judge Tim Curran of Ione, California. And on a personal level, just getting to know both of them as servant leaders on the American Simmental Association Board of Trustees, I could not think of two better individuals to be the judges for the inaugural Phenotype and Genotype Show. The third bull in this entry, 9739, is Kaler Strong Flex M3, a January 1st son of KBHR Revolution H071. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now bring back all three of the entries in the Phenotype and Genotype back to select our grand and reserve champion Phenotype and Genotype pen of 3 purebred bulls. Entries from your left to right. The first entry is 9742 5-Star Ranch of St. Charles, Minnesota, with a pen average all-purpose index of 153 and a pen average terminal index of 94. Second entry is 5929 Oak Meadow Farms of Harmony, Minnesota, with a pen average all-purpose index of 155 and a pen average terminal index of 90. And the third and final entry is 9739 Kaler Cattle Company of St. Charles, Minnesota, with a pen average all-purpose index of 155 and a pen average terminal index of 95. Again, all bulls within these pens were genomically tested using a GGP 100K test with the American Simmental Association, and all EPD are genomically enhanced. Again, in the Phenotype and Genotype show, the judges are now handing in their rankings for the phenotypic appraisal. Those will count towards 50% of the overall score in the show, where the other 50% is the pens ranked on their numerical value for genetic improvement. This is the first year of the show, with lead judge Steve Iacker of Salem, South Dakota, and associate judge Tim Curran of Ione, California, where both served on the American Simmental Association Board of Trustees. I'm going to turn this over to Steve.
Mic check? Yep, loud and clear. Well, guys, I hope you're having as much fun out here as Tim and I are. And quite honestly, I know you guys, it's been a long day, and you're probably thinking, well, one more time through the ring, what the heck? You know, we got them up, and they're all dressed up and everything. But trust me, we didn't take this lightly. When Willie called last summer and asked, or threw this idea around about his P&G show and whatnot, and asked what we kind of thought about it, and I thought, God, that's really a great idea, because ultimately at the end of the day, what do we want? Everybody out here, I don't care who you are, you want the physically attractive cattle that got the great set of numbers. And the thing that gets to be kind of a discretionary thing is, do the judges use the numbers anymore, or don't they, or how much do they get used? Well, the nice part about this show, they're going to force us to use them. We sat down last night, and actually I want to introduce when Willie called and he asked if I'd come out and help sort through the pens. We really didn't know what to expect, so kind of bear with us. We're learning the process as we work through it. I've never seen a P&G show. I've never witnessed it to know the protocol or anything, so kind of Willie, Susan, and Tim and I were kind of working through it, and it's been interesting. Willie asked who I'd want to have as an associate judge, and quite honestly, I didn't even hesitate. And one of the really cool things, Matt Agan, you'll learn about being on the board, you meet a lot of really good people. And Tim Kern is one of those guys. If I would not have served on the ASA board, I would have not ever met a Tim Kern. And he's probably one of the most trustworthy guys I've come across. Tim had the distinct responsibility of being chairman of the ASA board during COVID. He never, ever conducted a face-to-face meeting. Every meeting while Tim was chairman was virtual. And it's a good deal he's so good looking, because we had to look at him on the computer all the time. But that was kind of a learning experience in itself. But Tim navigated it masterfully, and we got through it pretty unscathed, actually. But it's been really, really good. And I think, Willie not knowing how this was going to work this year a little bit, and I think that's the reason Tim and I are out here. He didn't figure there'd be very many pens, so we probably wouldn't really piss off that many people and screw it up too bad. And so that's kind of why we're here, Willie. You can tell the truth. You always do. And I guess the only other little jab I got is Wade Schaefer here? Is he in the house anywheres, or did he slip off again? But I kind of thought it was kind of cute last night that Wade was giving his EVP report, and one of the things he talked about is when he first became the EVP of ASA, Steve McGuire says, Wade, you have to be willing to come to work knowing that you could lose your job that very day. And I was just going to tell Wade, I don't know if he realized how close he was many times, but if you're here, Wade, I can't say thanks enough for the tenure. There again, for being on the board, one of the really good people that we got to meet and be friends with, along with the rest of the staff. But Tim and I, we took this pretty serious. Last night, Chance dropped off the data and everything, and first thing we did was looked at the paper. Well, there is only 3 pens, but I tell you what, guys, we looked at that paper and went, oh my God, these cattle are like really, really close on paper. And we're going to go ahead here. Tim's going to actually explain how we judged the genotype part of it and what our thought process was, and then we'll come back. And then I think Susan is going to put up the scores of what we give on the phenotype side after we kind of give reasons why we did what we did. And then we'll come back and we will talk about our virtual appraisal out here in the ring today. So with that, here's Tim Kern.
Thanks, Steve, and thanks for inviting me to help you on this. It's been a lot of fun. I really appreciate it. When we were first talking about doing this, we sat down with Willie, and I remember Willie Altenberg said that he wanted to try to make this as close to a real bull sale as we could. And I think it really worked out that way. Steve and I sat down last night without seeing these bulls before and just started pouring through the data just like we would if we were going to go to a bull sale tomorrow without seeing the bulls, and started ranking what we liked, what we didn't like. And I have to say there wasn't a lot of separation on the EPDs. They were pretty solid all the way across. We had to dig pretty deep. We finally found some separation, things that were important maybe even to us in our operations. I would have to say, and we looked at this as though, like I say, we were buying these bulls. They're purebred bulls, so we decided, you know, let's just pretend like we have a set of Angus-based cows to put these bulls on, and that's what we did. So when we started looking at the EPDs, like I said, they were very close. This third pen here on my right, as far as EPD averages, probably had, there were no glaring mistakes in any of them, but they probably had the least amount of mistakes as far as we were concerned. There were a couple of individuals that maybe had a poor spot here and there, but as a group, they were pretty solid right across the board. This middle pen here, same thing, solid EPDs, just like the other two pens. I would have to say ribeye was maybe one of their weak points, so we had to take that into account. It was just something that was but really only their really flaw that we could see. The number one pen, same thing, just rock solid EPDs. When we looked at the breed averages, it looked like they were a little bit weak on ribeye, and as you can see, probably stayability too. So that's kind of how we broke them down. We'll throw these scores up here on the board in a minute, but that's kind of how we scored them. As far as on the genotype, it was 3, 2, 1, as far as they're right in front of me, right to left.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Tim. And there you go. They're up on the board there right now. You know, what we had is we had a scoring range from 1 to 100, okay? And kind of our thought process is we went through the EPDs and we put a value on each column. And like I said, Tim said there was not much separation in these cattle whatsoever. I mean, they were tremendously close. And you know, ribeye was the one thing that did separate the pens just a little bit. And I'll be honest, we've actually, you know, made you phone a friend once in a while. And, you know, we made a phone call this morning even. How important should ribeye be? You know, we're Simmental cattle, and when we go to, I guess at our place, these cattle are going on British-based cows, and that's what the Simmental cattle have to bring to the table is ribeye. You know, so I guess I think of it as, you know, ribeye's kind of important. It should be a factor in there, but we're automatically going to have ribeye anyways. So, you know, I'll move on to the phenotype of the appraisal. And, you know, we talked ribeye, and the one thing that jumped off the paper to us was the third class in there is the big ribeye class, you know. But keep in mind, that's the actual raw data. When we actually sat back and we compared it and you looked at it and you went to ribeye area per 100 pounds of body weight, oh, things kind of even out pretty quick then, you know, so it kind of nullified what we thought, you know, was a ribeye deal, you know, kind of based off of the age of the calves, you know, because there is a little bit of spread here. We did not watch the other shows, so we don't know if these were in the same classes or not, or whether these are candidates that come out of a pen of 5, you know, they sure could have, we don't know. But when it come to the visual appraisal, you know, part of it, guys, I tell you what, all three of you guys, I know you're getting ready for bull sales coming up. You got bull sale catalogs that are probably put together, and you got to be extremely, extremely proud of each and every one of these animals that's going to be in your upcoming sale. And there's just, the phenotype part, when we looked on paper, I mean, you look across them, and when you talk about uniformity between these through pens, you know, whether it's scrotal, frame score, weight per day of age, they're just peas in a pod, right up and down the deal. So quite honestly, we're really splitting hairs here. But I'm going to be honest, just because that's what I do, guys, and it's easier for me sometimes to talk about the things I don't like about an animal, but I really felt, or Tim and I both felt, there was one pen here today that on the phenotypic appraisal that really hit us pretty hard, and I'm going to pick out one individual in there, but it's going to be this center pen was our pen that moved to the top on the phenotype appraisal, and we just really thought that third bull in that pen, he's a powerhouse, I think. I don't know how he's going to line up in your sale, but I know when he come in the ring here today, you know, he was an extremely solid individual. And then I guess, you know, the pen that we thought fell in the closest behind it, probably in type and kind, there again, we got the age factor to consider, was actually the first pen in, you know, and the first pen, you know, we were given the fact that, you know, there's a month and a half of age difference there, and I think if you take those bulls there, you give them a month and a half, and Tim said they walk in the ring here, they're going to be a pretty powerful set of bulls too. And keep in mind, we're splitting hairs, guys. There's a really, really good pen of bulls down here on this in the third place on the phenotype part, you know, and that's a powerhouse bull on the end there too. And if a breeder don't scarf him up, the commercial guys are absolutely going to love him. There's no doubt about it in my mind. So I think, Susan, if you want to put up the phenotype scores, drum roll, please. Okay, that's the phenotype scores, and like I said, you know, we did put a little bit more spread, probably between the first and the second place pen on the phenotype. And now, Susan, I think you can go back and add the genotype, which she did. And then, folks, it's there on paper. That gives you the final placing. And the champion pen of bulls is going to be this middle pen of bulls right here, consigned by Oak Meadow. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, Steve. Your grand champion phenotype and genotype pen of 3 purebred bulls is entry 5929, Oak Meadow Farms of Harmony, Minnesota.
And then the second place pen, guys, is going to go to the Keller pen in the reserve. What's that? Right here. Is it Keller's? No. The Keller that went to the 135. So, yep, the second place pen is going to be down there then. So, is that right? Yeah. Okay.
And your reserve grand champion. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah. No, and then I guess I was kind of talking a little bit wrong there, but when you add the two scores together, and then that's where we end up. So it's been an interesting deal, and I know next year, guys, you know, talk to the Colorado Association, and I'm real sure they're going to consider a percentage pen show out here too. So.
Thank you, judges. And your reserve grand champion phenotype and genotype pen of 3 purebred bulls is entry 9739, Kaler Cattle Company of St. Charles, Minnesota. We thank all 3 exhibitors for bringing their pens to the inaugural phenotype and genotype show here at the Yards. We'd ask all exhibitors with a Power Bull entry to bring those animals up to the arena so we can get started with the Power Bull event.